Hello everyone, I welcome you to the VMware vSphere Mastery course where you will learn the virtualization in a simple way. This course is suitable for anyone who wants to expand their knowledge in virtualization technology and gain the expertise to manage virtualized infrastructure efficiently. By the end of this course, you will have the knowledge and skills necessary to build and manage virtualized infrastructure using VMware vSphere confidently. First of all, we will see what is the meaning of virtualization. In computing, the term virtualization refers to a digital copy of something real. So, virtualization is a digital copy of real things. Like the characters in computer games are the digital copies of humans. In this example, these are the computer game characters. They are the digital copies of humans. These virtual copies are appearing to exist. If you see, they are appearing to exist, but not existing in the physical world. So they are not existing in the physical world. We cannot touch them. This is the meaning of virtualization. In this video, we will see types of virtualization. There are many virtualization types available, like storage virtualization, network virtualization, desktop virtualization, and server virtualization. In this course, we will discuss server virtualization using VMware vSphere example to understand the virtualization concepts. To understand the server virtualization, we must understand the traditional way to deploy the servers first. Let us understand the traditional way to deploy the servers. The traditional data centers or server rooms. Server rooms means it is a room where we install the server. So traditional server rooms are filled with several physical servers. So if you visit any traditional server room or data center, you will see so many servers installed in the server room. Okay, in this example, we have some racks. In each rack, you will install the physical servers. If you see, these racks are having multiple physical servers installed. These physical servers. Okay, so we have multiple racks in our server rooms or data center, and each rack will have multiple physical servers. So you might be wondering why so many physical servers in the traditional data centers. The answer is it is a common practice to dedicate an individual server to a single application. Let us say you have one application. If you want to install one application, you need one physical server. If you want to install two applications, you need two physical servers. If you want to install 100 applications, you need 100 physical servers. The ratio in the traditional data center is 1:1. In this section, we will discuss why this 1:1 ratio. So after knowing that the traditional networks follow 1:1 ratio, you might be having some questions. Like, can we install multiple applications on one server or not? The answer is yes, we can install multiple applications on one server. Then you might be having another question. The question is, if we can install multiple applications on one server, why to follow this 1:1 ratio? Why we are not installing all the applications on one server? The answer is installing multiple applications on one server is having some drawbacks. We'll try to understand the drawbacks using this example. Let us say our requirement is to install the below services and applications like Active Directory, DNS server, DHCP server, web server, email server, SQL server, and SAP. So what we will do, we will take one physical server. On the top of this physical server, you will install any server operating system. In this example, we have installed Windows Server 2022 operating system. On the top of this operating system, we will install the services and applications like Active Directory, DNS server, DHCP server, web server, email server, and SQL server. So the multiple services are installed on one server. So we can install multiple services on one server, and these services are accessed by the user. So imagine you have multiple users in your network. These users will access these services via operating system. Now let us see the drawbacks of installing the multiple services on one server. The first drawback is if the operating system gets corrupted. Okay, let us say this operating system gets corrupted. All the services are not available to the user because all the services are installed on this operating system and this operating system is not available. So services also are not available. This is the first drawback. The second drawback is it will slow down the operating system. We are using only one operating system here. This operating system is serving the multiple users and we have installed multiple services on this operating system. So this operating system is having so much of load here. Okay, so it will slow down the operating system and we can't install the services like SAP, SCOM, Oracle on Active Directory. So whenever we install Active Directory on any server, it will not allow the other services to be installed like SAP, SCOM, Oracle, etc. This is the third drawback of installing the multiple services on one server. So to overcome these issues, we will follow 1:1 ratio where we will purchase the dedicated server for each application, which means if we have 6 applications, we will purchase 6 physical servers. If we have 100 applications, we will purchase 100 physical servers. So in our example, we have 6 applications and services. So we have purchased 6 servers. Server 1, server 2, server 3, server 4, server 5, server 6. After purchasing the hardware server, the first thing you will do is you will install the server operating system. So in our example, we have installed Windows Server operating system on all the 6 servers. On the top of it, you will install the application. On server 1, we have installed Active Directory. On server 2, we have installed DNS server. On server 3, we have installed web server. On server 4, we have installed SQL server. On server 5, we have installed SAP. On server 6, we have installed email server. So let us see the advantages of this 1:1 ratio. Let us say this operating system of email server gets corrupted. So only this email services not available to the users. These users can access the other services like Active Directory, DNS, web server, SQL and SAP. You need to work only on this server. This is the first advantage. The next advantage is you will get the better performance from all the servers because we have installed the applications and services on separate operating system. Okay, so there is very less load on each operating system and you will get the better performance. And the fourth advantage is you can install the softwares like SQL because we are using the separate server here to install the SQL server. So Active Directory will not stop this SQL server to be installed. Dedicating one server to one application is a traditional way of installing the servers and data center. This method has so many drawbacks. So we'll discuss about the drawbacks of traditional data centers, that is 1:1 ratio method. If you are dedicating one server to one application and if you have 100 applications and you need to purchase 100 servers. So if you are using the traditional way, you need multiple servers. If you are using multiple servers, then you need multiple switches and you need to do a lot of cabling. And the next drawback is there is a huge power consumption if you have multiple servers in your data center. So there will be more power consumption when you have a lot of servers and you need to provide 24/7 power supply. In case of power failure, we need to provide the backup as well, power supply backup via UPS and generator, and these generators required fuel. So this is the UPS here, these are the generators and these generators required fuel. And the next drawback is the traditional data centers required extra cooling. Why this cooling? Because servers and related devices generate an enormous heat which risks the data. So ACs must be installed to make them cool. So if you have more number of servers, they will generate more heat and require extra cooling. So in this example, if you see, we have installed ACs here to make the data center cool. We need large space in the traditional data centers because we install multiple servers, multiple networking devices. Then to manage the complete traditional infrastructure, we need huge manpower. We need network engineers, system engineers, technicians, electricians, etc. In short, the traditional data centers consume a lot of money. And the shocking part is, each server in the traditional data center will utilize up to 20% of its resources, which means we are wasting 80% of resources of each server. I have taken the screenshot of one of the computers. If you see here, the CPU utilization is 2% here, memory utilization is 19%, and the hard disk utilization is 0%. So imagine you are spending a lot of money and we are utilizing only 20% of the resources of each server. Despite so many drawbacks, the companies were using the 1:1 ratio only for one reason, and that reason is to provide a separate operating system for separate application. In our example, if you see, we have provided a separate operating system to Active Directory, separate operating system to DNS server, separate operating system to web server, separate operating system to SQL server, separate operating system to SAP, separate operating system to email server. So why we are providing the separate operating system to separate application here? To get the better performance. If this operating system of email server goes down, other services are still available, and all the operating system are having the less load, so they can give the better performance. This is the reason we are using 1:1 ratio in the traditional network. To overcome the drawbacks caused by traditional data center, that is 1:1 ratio, we need a solution that allows us to run multiple operating system on one physical server, which means you will take one physical server. On the top of this one physical server, you will run multiple operating system at the same time. On the top of this multiple operating system, you can run different applications. So we need this solution. And the solution is server virtualization. We'll see what is this server virtualization. Server virtualization, it is a technology that allows single physical server to run multiple operating system at the same time. So what this server virtualization will do, it will allow multiple operating systems to run at the same time on one physical server. So with this technology, what you will do, you will take one physical server. On the top of this physical server, you will install virtualization software. This virtualization software, what it will do, it will help you to create the virtual machine. So we will create multiple virtual machines here. So we need 6 applications to be installed. So we will create 6 virtual machines. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. On the top of this each virtual machine, we will install a separate operating system. If you see here, virtual machine 1 is having its own operating system, virtual machine 2 is having its own operating system, and the same way virtual machine 3, 4, 5, 6, they are having their own operating systems. On the top of this operating systems, you will install the applications like Active Directory, DNS, web server, SQL server, SAP, and email server. So each application is getting its own operating system here, which is possible with this server virtualization. And let us see the traditional architecture and virtual architecture. With traditional architecture, you will take the physical server. On the top of this physical server, you will install the server operating system. On the top of the server operating system, you will install the application. With virtual architecture, you will take physical server. On the top of this physical server, you will install the virtualization software, which is also called as hypervisor. So you will install virtualization software. On the top of this virtualization software, you will create multiple virtual machines. Okay, here we have created 6 virtual machines. On the top of these virtual machines, you will install the operating systems. On the top of this operating system, you will install the applications. This is the virtual architecture. Or moving forward, we'll see virtualization history. Virtualization was first implemented in 1960s by IBM. Virtualization was developed for mainframe computers. This is the mainframe computer. And mainframe computers are very big. If you see, it is a very big computer which took one big hall to get installed, and they are very expensive as well. And we can't afford to install only one application on one frame computer, which means we can't afford to follow the 1:1 ratio. For better utilization of mainframe computers, virtualization technology was developed. IBM has released an operating system called CPCMS for virtualization in 1960. In 1970, IBM has released one more virtualization software called VM. So these are the virtualization softwares. So you might be wondering, if this virtualization technology has been there since 1960s, why are we adopting it now? So let us try to understand the reason. Virtualization was developed for mainframe computer architecture. It is developed for the mainframe computer architecture. Today, computers like rack server, this is the rack server, and it is based on x86 architecture. So the architecture of mainframe computer and rack server is different. We can't use the mainframe virtualization software on x86 based computers. Okay, because the architecture is different, so we can't use the mainframe softwares to virtualize the rack servers. It is like we can't install the iPhone applications on Nokia's 3310 phone here. So we can't install the iPhone apps on Nokia's 3310 phone here. So in the same way, we can't use the mainframe computer virtualization software in x86 architecture computers. No company has developed the virtualization software for x86 architecture till 1999. VMware is the first company to invent the virtualization for x86 platform in 1990s to address the underutilization and other issues. So VMware is the first company to virtualize the x86 architecture. That is why we are adopting this technology now. Before 1990s, we didn't have any solution to virtualize the x86 architecture. We had the solution to virtualize only the mainframe computers. In this section, we are going to discuss what is VMware. Most of the students think VMware is a virtualization software, but it is a software company that develops virtualization software. It was founded in 1998. VMware provides cloud computing and virtualization software. The company was officially launched in February 1999, and the first product of VMware is VMware Workstation, which was delivered in May 1999. So VMware is not a virtualization software, it is a company that develops virtualization softwares. VMware is the first company to invent the virtualization for x86 platform in 1990s to address the underutilization and other issues. VMware is a global leader in x86 virtualization today, with over 400,000 customers, including 100% of Fortune 100 companies. So, all the Fortune 100 companies are the VMware customers. And more than 80% of virtualized workloads and a large percentage of business critical applications are running on VMware technology. VMware has multiple products like vCloud Director, which is a cloud delivery service, VMware SD-WAN, which virtualizes the WAN connections, Horizon View is used for desktop virtualization, in-app is used for application virtualization, NSX is used for network virtualization, vSAN is used for storage virtualization, and we have vSphere, which is used for server virtualization. In our course, we are going to see how to virtualize the servers, which means we are going to discuss vSphere, VMware vSphere. In this section, we will discuss what is vSphere. vSphere is a VMware product used to virtualize x86 servers. So, it is a server virtualization product from VMware. vSphere is not a single software. It has multiple components like ESXi, vCenter Server, vMotion, Enhanced vMotion, High Availability, Fault Tolerance, vCenter Single Sign-On. So, these are the multiple components of vSphere. We will discuss about these different components one by one. We will see what is ESXi. So, to understand what is ESXi, we need to understand what is hypervisor first. Okay, so let us see what is hypervisor first, then we will see what is ESXi. Hypervisor, it is a virtualization software. It is installed on the top of physical server. Okay, this is a physical server. If you want to virtualize x86 architecture, you need to install the virtualization software. This virtualization software will create multiple virtual machines. On the top of this virtual machines, you will install the operating system. On the top of operating system, you will install the application. So, we need the virtualization software to be installed on the top of this physical server. This virtualization software is known as hypervisor. The correct terminology of this virtualization software is hypervisor. So, it is a virtualization software. It is installed on the top of physical server. You can see we have one physical server and we have installed the hypervisor on the top of this physical server. With the help of this hypervisor, we can create multiple virtual machines. So, with the help of this hypervisor, we can create multiple virtual machines and we can run multiple operating systems on physical server at the same time. At the same time, we can run the multiple operating systems. In this section, we will see hypervisor types. There are two types of hypervisors, type 1 hypervisor and type 2 hypervisor. Type 1 hypervisor runs directly on the server's hardware. You will take the server, let us say this is a physical server. On the top of this physical server, on the top of this physical server hardware, you will install the type 1 hypervisor. Type 2 hypervisor, you will take the server. On the top of this server, you will install the operating system, any operating system like Windows Server 2022 or Windows 10 operating system. On the top of this Windows operating system, you will install the hypervisor, then you will create the virtual machines. So, type 1 hypervisor, it will run directly on the hardware. Type 2 hypervisor will run on the operating system like Windows 10, Windows Server 2022. We will discuss about these two hypervisors one by one in detail. First, we will see type 2 hypervisor, then we will see what is type 1 hypervisor. Let us discuss about type 2 hypervisor. Type 2 hypervisor doesn't directly run on the hardware. Instead, it runs on the operating system. To use type 2 hypervisor, what will you do? You will take one computer. On the top of this computer, you will install the operating system like Windows 10 operating system. On the top of this Windows 10 operating system, you will install the type 2 hypervisor. On the top of this type 2 hypervisor, you will create different virtual machines. On the top of these virtual machines, you will install the operating system. Then you will install the applications on the top of this operating system. This is how you will work with type 2 hypervisor. It will not directly run on the hardware. Type 2 hypervisor rarely show up in server-based environment. So we don't use type 2 hypervisor in the real networks. And they are suitable for individual PC users needing to run multiple operating systems without formatting their current operating systems. Let us say you are a software developer and you have one PC. On this PC, you have already installed Windows 10 operating system, and you have developed one software and you want to test your software on different operating system like Windows 11 operating system, Windows Server 2022 operating system, Linux operating system. So without formatting your computer, what will you do? You will install the type 2 hypervisor on the top of this Windows 10 operating system. On the top of this type 2 hypervisor, you will create multiple virtual machines. Okay, and on the top of these virtual machines, you will install Windows 11 operating system, Windows Server 2022 operating system, and Linux operating system, and you can test your software here without formatting your current operating system. Type 2 hypervisor is less secured than type 1 hypervisor because there is a mediator between type 2 hypervisor and hardware. So here if you see, this is the type 2 hypervisor and this is the hardware. Between this type 2 hypervisor and hardware, we have the operating system. So which makes this type 2 hypervisor less secured. And it is very slow as well. It is slower than type 1 hypervisor. Again, the same reason we have the mediator between type 2 hypervisor and hardware. There are different type 2 hypervisors available from different companies. Oracle has VirtualBox, Microsoft has Microsoft Virtual PC, and VMware has VMware Workstation. So these are the type 2 hypervisors. Let us see type 1 hypervisor in detail. A type 1 hypervisor runs directly on the computer's physical hardware. As we have discussed, this type 1 hypervisor, it will run directly on the physical hardware. So you will take one server. On the top of this server, you will install the type 1 hypervisor. On the top of this hypervisor, type 1 hypervisor, you will create the different virtual machines. On the top of these virtual machines, you will install the operating system like Windows Server operating system. On the top of this operating system, you will install the applications. If you see here, this is the physical server here, and we are running the type 1 hypervisor on the top of this physical hardware. And it will virtualize the x86 architecture here. We can create the multiple virtual machines. In this example, we have created virtual machine 1, virtual machine 2, virtual machine 3. Okay, in virtual machine 1, virtual machine 2, virtual machine 3, all these virtual machines, we have installed the operating systems. On the top of this operating system, we have installed the application. So type 1 hypervisor runs directly on the physical hardware, and it will directly interact with the hardware resources of the server like CPU, RAM, NIC, DVD drive. So hardware servers are having the resources like CPU, RAM, NIC, DVD drive. You see, it is having the hardware resources like CPU, RAM, NIC, and DVD drive. This hypervisor will directly interact with these resources, and it is also known as a bare metal hypervisor. Why it is known as a bare metal hypervisor? Because it is sitting directly on the hardware, it is sitting directly on the metal here. That is why it is known as bare metal hypervisor. And type 1 hypervisor is highly efficient because they have direct access to the physical hardware. So this type 1 hypervisor, it is highly efficient because it is interacting the hardware directly. There is no mediator between hypervisor and hardware, and it increases the security because there is nothing between hypervisor and hardware. There are different type 1 hypervisors available from different companies. Oracle has Oracle VM, Microsoft has Microsoft Hyper-V, VMware has its hypervisor called VMware ESXi, which virtualizes x86 architecture. So VMware hypervisor name is ESXi, and ESXi is responsible to virtualize the x86 architecture, or we can say ESXi is responsible to take the virtual copy of physical hardware. And ESXi is the core component of vSphere. So guys, we have discussed that vSphere is having multiple components, which includes ESXi. So ESXi is the core component because this is the software, this is the operating system which virtualizes the x86 architecture. That is why it is a core component. Without this ESXi, there is no use of vSphere. In our previous videos, we have discussed what is hypervisor. Now it will be very easy for us to understand what is ESXi. So let us see ESXi in detail. ESXi stands for Elastic Sky X Integrated. ESXi is the VMware's Type 1 hypervisor. So as we have discussed, Type 1 hypervisor is installed on the top of physical server. So what you will do, you will take the physical server. On the top of this physical server, you will install the ESXi. After installing the ESXi, we can create multiple virtual machines. So with the help of this ESXi, we can create multiple virtual machines: VM1, VM2, VM3, VM4. And on the top of this virtual machines, we will install the operating system. Okay, we'll install the operating system, and we can run these multiple operating system on the same physical server at the same time. ESXi shares the resources of physical server with multiple virtual machines. So in this example, if you see, we have one physical server. On the top of this physical server, we have installed ESXi. On the top of this ESXi, we have created 3 virtual machines: VM1, VM2, VM3. Okay, then we have installed the operating system on each virtual machine. Then we have installed the application on the top of this operating system. This physical server is having some resources like CPU, RAM, NIC, and DVD drive. Okay, these are the physical resources of this physical server. So what this ESXi will do, ESXi shares the resources of physical server. Okay, it will share, this ESXi will share the resources of this physical server with these virtual machines. Okay, and resources are nothing but, you can say, CPU, RAM, NIC, DVD drive, and the server with ESXi installed is referred to as the host or ESXi host. So this server is having the ESXi installed, and this server is referred as host or ESXi host. And the most important point is this ESXi is the core component of vSphere. In this section, we will discuss about DCUI. DCUI stands for Direct Console User Interface, and it is a console of ESXi. Okay, this is the console of this ESXi. This is the DCUI. It is used to do the initial configuration of ESXi host, like configuring the host name, IP address, subnet mask, default gateway, etc. To access DCUI, you need to be physically available in front of server. You will access the server directly. DCUI is used for initial configuration only. We can't perform the advanced things like creating virtual machines, switches via DCUI. If you see here, we don't have any option to create the virtual machine or virtual switches here, which means we can't perform the advanced things via DCUI. It is used to do the initial configuration only. To perform the advanced things like creating virtual machines, switches, we need to use the VMware host client. In this section, we will discuss what is VMware host client. It is used to perform the advanced things like creating virtual machines, virtual switches. So if you want to create virtual machine, virtual switch, you will use VMware host client, and this is the VMware host client. And if you see here, it is having the option to create the virtual machine. So we can create the virtual machine, we can manage the storage, and with the help of this networking option, we can create the virtual switches as well. So it is a web-based application, and it is used to manage only one ESXi host per session. Let us try to understand what is the meaning of this sentence. So let us say we have taken one physical server. On the top of this physical server, we have installed ESXi, and we have configured the IP address 192.168.140.10 on this ESXi host using DCUI. Now we want to create the virtual machine. We want to manage this ESXi host. So what will you do? You will access this ESXi host from your laptop remotely. You will open the browser and you will type the IP address 192.168.140.10 and you will get this interface. Okay. So here we have only one ESXi host and we are accessing this ESXi host from our laptop remotely using one session. Let us say in your environment, you have multiple ESXi hosts. Okay, let us say you have ESXi 1, ESXi 2, ESXi 3, ESXi 4. And the IP addresses of these ESXi hosts are 192.168.140.10, 192.168.140.20, 192.168.140.30, 192.168.140.40. So we have 4 ESXi hosts, and if you want to manage all the 4 ESXi hosts using VMware host client, we need to create 4 sessions. Let us try to understand what does it mean by creating 4 sessions for managing the 4 ESXi hosts. So If you want to manage the ESXi host, okay, you will manage it by your PC remotely. So you will take the PC, and if you want to manage the ESXi1, you will open the web browser and you will type the IP address of ESXi1 192.168.140.10. A separate session is created. If you want to manage the ESXi host 2, again you will open the browser, then you will type the IP address 192.168.140.20. A second session is created. For the other ESXi host, okay, separate session is created. So in this example, we have created 4 separate sessions to manage the 4 ESXi hosts. If you have hundreds of ESXi hosts in your network, you will create 100 sessions. So let us say you don't want to create a separate session for separate ESXi host. You want to manage all the ESXi hosts with one session, then you will use vCenter server. Okay, so let us discuss about the ESXi version. So ESXi comes as a free version as well. So free version is called as VMware vSphere hypervisor. Okay, if you want to get the free version, this is the link. Okay, so with free version, you will get only ESXi, you will not get the vCenter server. And we have the licensed version as well. So like vSphere, VMware vSphere Essential, VMware vSphere Essential Plus, VMware vSphere Standard, VMware vSphere Enterprise, VMware vSphere Enterprise Plus. So each version is having the different features. Okay, so Essential, it is having less features than Essential Plus. Essential Plus is having less features than Standard. Standard is having the less features than Enterprise. Enterprise is having less features than Enterprise Plus. So these are the links. Okay, if you want to download the ESXi, the licensed version, you will use this link. So let me take you to the free version link first. So guys, this is the free version link. Okay, and you need to have the account on VMware site. You need to create the account first, then only you will be able to download the free version. Even free version or paid version, you need to have the account. Okay, this is my account here. I will log in using this account. And here you can manually download this VMware vSphere hypervisor. Okay, you need to download the ISO file. Okay, you need to be very careful while downloading. You will have different options available here. Okay, so VMware vSphere hypervisor ESXi ISO image you need to download if you want to download the free version. Okay, so you will select this option. It will download the free version. Let us open the paid versions. So this is the ESXi link for the paid version. What happened? You need to select the version 6.7. Okay, it is having the other versions as well. So select this 6.7 OU3B option and you will download the ESXi from the first option. You should select this option. download now. You should not select the second option. The size is 335 MB of this ISO. So I have already downloaded, guys. Okay, let me show you how it looks like. On my desktop, I have a folder called softwares. Okay, the software folder is there. Under this software folder, ISO image. Under this ISO images 6.7 and U3 ESXi. So the file, it looks like this after the download. Okay, this is the ESXi ISO image. And on the same link, you will get the vCenter server as well. So you need to download vCenter server separately. Here is the link for vCenter server. You will copy and paste the link here. Okay. So if you see here, vCenter server appliance. So guys, we have discussed that we will get the virtual machine appliance as well. Virtual machine appliance is nothing but the ready-made virtual machine. So if you have Linux environment, okay, so what you will do, you will install this, you will download this vCenter server appliance option. What is this vCenter appliance? What the VMware has done, they have created one virtual machine and they have installed the Linux operating system on that virtual machine. On the top of that, they have installed the vCenter server. Okay, it is ready-made and you can download it and you will install it in ESXi. And we have ESXi for Windows as well. So it is not a virtual appliance, it is a software. So VMware vCenter modules for Windows. So for Windows, you will download this option. So I have downloaded the VMware vCenter server for Windows. Okay, and it looks like this. Let me show you. Okay, the file looks like this. VMware VCSA all 6.70. Okay, this is the vCenter server for Windows operating system. So you will get the softwares and links are provided. I will share the documents so you can get the links from the document itself. Okay, so here the differences are available between this essential plus standard enterprise and enterprise plus. So you can go through this table and you can see the differences. So if you see here, this essential plus is having all the features. Enterprise is having the less features than enterprise plus. Standard is having less features than enterprise. Enterprise plus is having less features than standard, and essential kit is having less features than essential plus. But when you download the trial version, you will get the complete features. Okay, so first you will download the evaluation version. Okay, so it is available for 180 days, I think. So you can do your labs. And guys, what is the minimum hardware requirement to install the ESXi? Okay, so you need to be very careful when you are purchasing the server. Okay, so the minimum RAM should be 4 GB and minimum NIC requirement is 1 GB to 10 GB. It supports 1 to 10 GB, preferred more. So nowadays you will get 10 GB and 40 GB NIC card as well. Okay, so this ESXi supports 10 and 40 GB as well, but minimum 1 GB is required. And it supports storage adapters like SCSI adapters, FC adapters, CNA, iSCSI, internal rate controller. And it supports disks like SATA, SCSI, SAS, Epsilon, iSCSI, RAIDLAN. Okay, and you need to have 64-bit processor. Okay, you should not have 32-bit processor. Okay, the server should have 64-bit processor with minimum 2 cores with virtualization technology. Okay, it should have 64-bit. It should be a 64-bit processor. Okay, with minimum 2 cores, and it supports virtualization technology. So we can install the ESXi without virtualization technology. Let us say you have a processor, but it doesn't support virtualization technology. We can install the ESXi, but it will be limited to 32-bit operating system. Okay, so this is your server, physical server. It is having 64-bit processor, but this 64-bit processor doesn't support virtualization. Still, we can install the ESXi host on. Okay, you will install the ESXi host, ESXi on this server, but when you can create the virtual machines as well. After creating the virtual machines, we install the operating system, correct? So this operating system will be of 32-bit only. It supports 32-bit operating system. If you want to install 64-bit operating systems, we need a processor with virtualization technology support. Okay, the processor should support virtualization technology. Otherwise, you can install only the 32-bit operating systems on the virtual machines. So we can install the ESXi without virtualization technology, but we will be limited to 32-bit operating system. And vSphere 6 onwards, so we have different vSphere versions like vSphere 5.5, 6, 6.5, 6.7, and 7. So from vSphere 6 onwards, ESXi will get installed only if your processor has another technology inbuilt. So from vSphere 6, you need to have one more technology supported by the processor, and the technology is called as NX. This technology NX, it is called by Intel, and AMD calls it as XG. Okay, so these technologies should be supported by the processor. Okay, what is this technology? Let us try to understand. NX and XG used to segregate the area of memory. Okay, it is used to segregate the area of memory for use by either storage of processor, instructor, or for storage of data. So guys, basically this technology, NX or XG technology, is used to segregate the memory, and it is compulsory from vSphere 6. So nowadays all the processors, they are having this NX and XG technology. Okay, so you don't need to worry about these technologies. But if you have an older processor, you need to be very careful. You should not install the vSphere 6. Okay, so previous versions you can install like 5.55, and the latest of ESXi you can't install. So Intel's calls it as NX, no execute technology, and AMD calls it as XG, executable disable. and ESXi maximum hardware support till vSphere or ESXi 5.5. It supports 320 logical CPUs, and vSphere 6 supports 480 logical CPUs. vSphere 6.5 supports 576 logical CPUs, and vSphere 6.7 supports 768 logical CPUs. Okay, logical CPUs in the sense cores or hyper threads. Okay, so guys, we get one chip. Okay, and that chip is called as processor. This processor process your request. Okay, and nowadays processors are coming with cores. These cores, they are called as logical CPUs. Okay, so logical CPUs, which means it supports 320 logical CPUs, which means it supports 320 cores. Nowadays, cores are coming with threads as well. Cores are having threads. These are the logical CPUs. Okay, again, let us say your computer is having two cores. Each core is having two threads, which means it is having four logical CPUs. Okay, so 6.7 support, where is it? 6.7 supports 768 cores or hyperthreads or logical CPUs, you can say. Let us talk about the RAM. 6.5 vSphere or ESXi 6.5 supports maximum 12 TB RAM, whereas vSphere or ESXi 6.7 supports maximum 16 TB RAM, and which we can create 512 virtual machine till vSphere 5.5. From vSphere 6, we can create up to 1024 virtual machine. Okay, it supports 1024 virtual machine, but we need to check our hardware compatibility as well. Okay, so hardware also should support these many virtual machines. So in real environment, we don't create these many virtual machines on one ESXi host. Maximum we create 10 virtual machines, but you can create up to 1024 virtual machines. Okay, for better performance, maximum we create 10 virtual machines on each ESXi host. And for VMware compatibility, like you need to check the hardware. Okay, which hardware support how many virtual machines, then you can go with this website. Let me take you to this website, compatibility guide. Okay, so you will get all the options here, like what is the ESXi version 6.7. Okay, it is selected, and the system type, what it is, a blade server or rack tower server. So whatever the server which is available, let us say you have a blade server, so you will select blade option. Okay, then the memory, minimum memory 1 TB, anything, okay, whatever it is available. So you will select all the options and you will get the result. Okay, and if you have any doubt, okay, so you don't know how to use this compatibility guide, you can take the help of VMware as well. You will contact the customer support of VMware and they will guide you to select the server. Okay, you will tell the requirement to them and they will provide you which server you are going to use. So this is the compatibility guide. All right. So guys, let us try to understand how our lab will be. So in real network, how will you do the virtualization? You will take one physical server, correct?
Yeah.
I'm talking about the real network. So in real network, you will take this physical server. It can be HP server, Dell server. Okay, this will be your physical server. So on the top of this physical server, you will install ESXi. On the top of this ESXi, what you will do, you will create the virtual machines. On the top of these virtual machines, you will install the operating system. Then you will install the applications, correct? So at base, what is the base here? You need the physical server, correct? So in our lab, we can't have the physical server. Instead of having the physical server, what we will do? We will take the virtual server. Okay, we will have the virtual server. On the top of this virtual server, we will install ESXi. On the top of this ESXi, we will install the procedure is same. Okay, instead of having the physical server in our labs, we will create the virtual server. So to create this virtual server, we need a software called VMware Workstation. Sorry. VMware Workstation. So we will install this VMware Workstation first. This is the type 2 hypervisor. Okay, so we will install this VMware Workstation. On this VMware Workstation, we will create one virtual server. Then we will install the ESXi. Then we'll create the virtual machine. Then we'll install the operating system. We need this VMware Workstation. This is the type 2 hypervisor. Using this VMware Workstation, we will create the virtual server. So from where you will get this VMware Workstation? You will use this link. To install the ESXi, you will use this link. So let us see the VMware Workstation link. Copy. Let me open the website here. And you can see you will get the VMware Workstation Pro. And you need to download the VMware Workstation for Windows if you have Windows operating system. If you are using for Linux, I don't think anyone is having Linux. So this is the commonly used operating system. So you need to download it, and it is the evaluation version. Evaluation means trial version. All right, so it is downloaded. Then you will click this option show in folder. So it will take you to the folder where it is downloaded. Then you will click it. You will double click on it. So it is preparing for the installation. Anyhow, so you need to click next. Okay, so it is preparing for installation here. Okay, then you will click next. Okay, and it will install this VMware Workstation. So it is very simple. If you have any doubt, you can ask me. So guys, already VMware Workstation is installed on my computer. So I'll have to remove the previous version, then I'll have to install this new version here. So it will take a lot of time. So the simple way, after downloading the VMware Workstation, okay, next, you will click this way. You will click next, and the final window you will click finish, the VMware workstation will be installed. After that, you will open this VMware workstation. So if you are unable to find that VMware workstation on the desktop, you will go to search and you will type workstation, VMware Workstation Pro. You will get this software. Now what we will do, we will create the virtual server first. We should have the server first, then only we can install ESXi host. So today guys, we are going to install the ESXi host. ESXi. To install this ESXi, we need a physical server. We will purchase one physical server. After purchasing the physical server, we will install this ESXi host. After installing the ESXi, we will create the virtual machine on this ESXi host and we will install the operating system like Windows Server 2012, Windows Server 2016, 22, etc. Okay, so you will take physical server, then you will install ESXi host, then you will create the virtual machine on the top of it. So in our lab, we can't have the physical server. In place of this physical server, we will create the virtual server. The functionality of this virtual server is similar to physical server. So we'll create one physical virtual server, and on the top of this virtual server, we will install ESXi. Then we will create the virtual machine. Then we'll install the operating system. To create this virtual server, we need VMware workstation. Okay, we have already seen, okay, from where to download this workstation. The link is available in the document. Okay, or you can Google it. You will get this workstation. So after downloading this workstation, you will install it. After installing it, you will get the interface like this. Okay, so we are going to create one virtual server. So we'll select this first option, create a new virtual machine. We'll select this option. Okay, we will go with typical, it is recommended. So we will go with the default setting. 99% will go with default setting. I will install the operating system later. So we'll install the operating system later on this virtual server. And we are going to install the VMware ESXi. So we'll select this option, VMware ESX, and which version we are going to install. We are going to install 6.7. So VMware ESXi 6.x. Then we'll click next. Okay, so where do we want to save? It is a virtual server, correct? We are going to create the virtual server, which means it is a set of files. So where do we want to save this set of files? So you need to provide the path. So we will not go with default path. We will create our, we will give our own path. So we'll go to C drive. Under this C drive, we will create one folder and vSphere 7 AM batch. We'll select this folder. Under this folder, we will create one more folder, subfolder, and let us say it is ESXi 1. So we are going to save the this server in this folder, ESXi 1. So name should be appeared here. Then we'll click OK. Then we'll provide the virtual machine name. Let us provide the same name, ESXi 1. Then we'll click next. So it is giving hard disk size is 40 GB. So we'll make it 100, or you can go with 40 GB as well. So let us make it 100 GB hard disk. Then we'll click next. Okay, and we'll click finish. So your virtual server is ready, or you can say you have purchased a physical server. This is your physical server, and we need to install the ESXi now on this physical server. So we need to provide the ISO image. Okay, so either you will insert the DVD on this machine. So it is a virtual machine. So what we will do, we will provide the ISO image. So guys, yesterday we have seen I have one folder called software on my desktop, and here ISO images are there, and 6.7 U3 ESXi image is here. Okay, we will provide this path to that virtual machine, to the virtual server. So how to provide the path? You will go to the ESXi one server and you will select this option, edit virtual machine settings. Then if you see here this CD DVD option, under this CD DVD option, we are not going to use the physical device here, physical drive. Okay, we are going to use the ISO image. So then we'll provide the path to that ISO image. So we'll go to desktop. On my desktop, we'll search for software folder. Under the software folder, ISO images are there. 6.7 U3 ESXi. Then we will select this ISO image. Okay, so we have given the path to the ISO image. Then we'll click OK. Then we'll power on the server. This server is not powered on, so we'll power it on, and it will detect the ISO image and it will start installing the ESXi. If you see here loading ESXi installer, it is loading these many files. So it is initializing the processor and it is adding the VM kernel launch. So if you see this screen, which means the installation is going on. Here it is showing you the physical server name. So guys, we are installing the ESXi host on a virtual server. That is why we are seeing this name VMware. If it is if you are installing, let us say the ESXi on HP, so you will get the HP model number here. If you are installing Dell, you will get the Dell name here. Okay, so we are installing the ESXi host on the virtual machine on VMware workstation. So we are getting the VMware name here, and it is loading the files here. Okay, we'll wait for the loading to be done. And if you see, it is having 4 GB RAM, 4 GB memory, and this is a processor. And guys, if you want to install, we should click continue. If you don't want to install, you should press escape to cancel. Okay, so here we are installing ESXi 6.7 and it is welcoming us. So let us click continue. Let us click enter to continue, and we need to accept the license. Okay, so how will you accept the license agreement? By pressing F11, accept and continue. If you are not agree with the license agreement, you will select escape option and it will abort the installation. So let us press F1. Just 1 second, guys. Okay, I have pressed F11 and it is scanning for the available devices. And guys, if you see here, as we have discussed, when you install the ESXi, it should not be, wherever you are installing the ESXi, that drive should not be formatted with VMFS. If the asterisk is there, which means it is formatted with VMFS. So here if you see, we have 100 GB hard disk, we have selected 100 GB, and it is not formatted with this VMFS. It is not a VMFS partition. Okay, so we'll click enter to continue, and we need to select the keyboard language. So by default it is US, so we'll go with default setting and we'll click enter to continue. Okay, if you want to go back, then you will press F9, and if you want to abort the installation, you will click escape button. Okay, here it has created one username. By default, that username is called as root. Root username is already created. We need to provide the password. Okay, we need to provide the password, then confirm the password. To log on to this ESXi host, we will use root username and password. Okay, so let us give NOA123 hash dollar, confirm NOA123 hash dollar. N is in capital letter. Then we'll click enter. So it is scanning the system, and we need to confirm the installation by pressing F11. Okay, so let us press F11, and it is giving the warning. It is saying that the disk will be repartitioned, which means it will format the disk. Okay, so if you have any data, you can go back and take the backup. If you don't have any data, you will press F11 to install it. So the installation is started here. 9% installation is done. So it required reboot. So installation is completed here. ESXi 6.7.0 has been installed successfully, and we need to press enter for reboot. It is very easy to install the ESXi. So the server will shut down and reboot. So guys, if you see here, our ESXi host is restarted, and This is the web client. Okay, you will open the web browser and you will type the IP address, and you will provide the credentials. And guys, here, this is the ESXi interface. And first it will take you to this option, host option. Host means the ESXi host. This is the host. And you will see, okay, get vCenter server. So if you want the vCenter server, you can get it from here as well. So it will take you to vSphere website. So as of now, we don't need the vCenter server. And you can create the virtual machine from here. This option is used to create the virtual machine. If you want to shut down this ESXi host, you can shut it down from here. If you want to restart the ESXi host, you can restart from here. And this refresh option, it will refresh this page, this area. Okay, you can say. And action will have multiple options. Like here, you can see you can create the virtual machine from here. And if you go to the action option, you can create the virtual machine from here. You can shut down the router from here as well in the action option, reboot, and you will get the services option as well. So this what is this services option? We can access the ESXi host via DCUI. Second option is web client. Third option is vCenter server, and fourth option is you can access the ESXi host via SSH also. Okay, you will have one software called Putty. You will open that Putty software and you will provide the IP address of this vCenter server. Let me show you. Let me open the Putty software. So it is available for free. You can download it from internet. So it is already installed on my computer. Let me open the Putty software. And we will select this SSH option. Then we need to provide the IP address of the ESXi host 192.168.140.10. Then we'll click open. Connection refused. So what is the problem here? Yeah, guys, what is the problem? Because we need to enable this SSH from here. By default, SSH is not enabled. So you will select this option and you can see the SSH is enabled on this host. And to provide the security, we should disable the SSH unless it is necessary for administrative purposes. So whenever you need, you should enable SSH. When you have done with SSH, you should disable it. This is the meaning of this line. Now let us try to access SSH. One 192.168.140.10. We'll click open. We'll click yes. And we need to assign the, we need to provide the password here, root password. Nova123 $. So we are able to access the ESXi host and you will get the CLI here. So you can manage the ESXi host via commands as well. So you should know all the commands. So just wanted to show you that we can access the ESXi host via SSH. And where is that option? Action. And under this action, you will go to services and we have this enable console shell as well. So we need to enable this option also. So when you enable this option, you can access the ESXi host, the DCI here itself. Okay, so let us disable these options. We'll go to action, services. Let us disable secure shell. Let us disable the console shell as well. These are the multiple ways to access the ESXi host. Then we have one enter maintenance mode option. So guys, let us say this ESXi1 is having some issues and you want to do some maintenance work here. Maintenance means you want to fix the issue. So in real networks, what we do, we put this device into maintenance mode. Once this device enters into the maintenance mode, all the virtual machines will be moved to another ESXi host. Okay, this is the use of this maintenance mode. Then we have an option called lockdown mode. So this lockdown mode is used to provide the security to your ESXi host. So let us see how it will provide the security to the ESXi host. So if you select the normal lockdown, okay, so with normal lockdown, you can access this ESXi host via DCUI and you will access the ESXi host with vCenter server. You won't be able to access the ESXi host with web client and SSH. Okay, if the SSH is disabled, you won't be able to access it. So it should be enabled. So then only you can access it. So if you enable this normal mode, you can access the ESXi host using DCUI and SSH. Sorry, DCUI and web client. If SSH is enabled, then you can access it. Otherwise, there is no option here. Now, there is one more option: lockout, strict lockout. Okay, lockdown is strict lockdown mode. If you select this strict lockdown mode, what will happen? You won't be able to access the ESXi host even with DCUI. It will lock the DCUI as well. So you will be able to access the ESXi host using vCenter server only. If SSH is enabled, then you can access the ESXi host using SSH. Let us say this vCenter server is not working. In this case, how will you access the ESXi host? You must access it via SSH. If it is not enabled, there is no chance you will access the ESXi host. So you need to format the ESXi host. Okay, you need to do the fresh installation. So this lockdown mode, you need to use this carefully. Then permissions means, let us say you have some other engineers as well. You need to add those accounts here. So you will use this permission option. We will see, and in our advanced classes we'll see. We'll just have the overview of this ESXi interface here. Then generate the support bundle. So let us say you have some issues with ESXi host. You will contact the vSphere support. So vSphere support, they will ask for the log messages. So you need to generate the log messages from here, from this option. And if you want to get the SSH for Chrome, you will select this option. And you will get some other information on the same page, like the CPU. Okay, what is the CPU of this ESXi host? Memory. Okay, the total memory is 4 GB and 2.88 GB is free. And the storage, so we have selected 100 GB and we are getting 91 GB here. So 9 GB is used by the ESXi host. Guys, it is about 6.7. So what I have done here, I have installed 6.7. If it is 7.0, the minimum hard disk space should be like around 140 GB, and you will get around 12 GB space here. So most of the space is consumed by the ESXi host with 7. Okay, so we will go with 6.7 vSphere 7. It is a new version. Okay, so Companies are moving slowly to this 7 version, but most of the organizations are using 6.7. So we'll go with 6.7 only. And here if you see, this is the storage, and here you are getting the message you are currently using ESXi in evaluation mode, which means we are using the trial version. The license will expire in 60 days. So we will do all our labs way before 60 days. And let us say you are practicing at home and 60 days are over, so you can do the fresh installation again. You will get the 60 days. And guys, here you will get all the features. Okay, with trial version or evaluation version, vSphere is not limiting the features here. They will provide you the full-fledged version. And if you see here about hardware, the manufacturer is VMware. If it is HP server, Dell server, you will get their names here. What is the model, CPU, memory, persistent memory, flash? You will get the other hardware information. You will get the IP address here, DNS server, and the image profile, it is 6.7. And here if you see, vSphere high availability is not configured. So we have already discussed what is high availability. It is not configured, yes. So we will configure the high availability in our advanced classes. So this license support vMotion as well. So again, as I told you, we are using the evaluation version. So you will get the vMotion support as well. But in real networks, you need to purchase the license for each feature. And you will get the system information here like date and time on host. What is the date and time on the ESXi host? May 19th, 2022. Install date again May 19, 2022. And you will get the tag, serial number, BIOS version, etc. You will get the storage information and how many physical adapters are there. Storage means we have only one data store. We have 100 GB storage here on this device. So if you have multiple storages, you will get the list of storages. And you will get the performance summary by last hour. So you need to monitor the performance of this device. You can monitor it from here. You will go to host and you will get the performance summary option here. Okay, so we have covered these many things. And if you go to, okay, if you see here, we have logged in with root username and password, and this is the IP address here. And if you click this option, you will get auto refresh. It is by default off. You can select 15 seconds, 30 seconds, 60 seconds. So if you select 15 seconds, so it will get refreshed after 15 seconds. You can change the password. You can go to the settings option. You will get these many settings here. If you want to log out from this user, you will select this logout option. You go to help. So in the help, you will get the version information of this ESXi. About, you will select about and you will get the version information. And it is having some other information as well. And you will select the manage option. Under the manage option, you will see system, hardware, licensing, packages, services, security and users option. So you will get the system information here. If you select the hardware, so what hardwares are installed here, what licensing are available here. So we will get all the licenses. As I told you, this is the evaluation version and you will get the complete licenses. What packages are installed on this ESXi host, you will get it here in this packages section. What services are running, DCUI, IBDT, etc. Security and users. Okay, so you will get the authentication option, certificate, user role. So you will get how many users are added on this ESXi. As of now, only root user is added and you will get the role. So this is the administrator anonymous. So many roles are there. We'll discuss about these roles in our coming classes. lockdown mode. Okay, so it is disabled. If you enable the lockdown mode, as I told you, it will limit you to access the ESXi host. Then if you want to do the monitoring of this ESXi host, you can monitor the performance, hardware, events, okay, whatever the things you have done on this ESXi host, you will get it here. Okay, so if you remember, ESXi command line shell is disabled. So we have disabled the SSH. All the events will be accounted here. All the events will be logged here, you can say. SSH has been disabled. And enter shell for host ESXi local domain has been enabled. So whatever the things you are going to do, all the things will be available here. So it is recommended you not to do anything which is not in your scope. Okay, otherwise all the things will be stored here and you will be in trouble. Then task, log messages, notifications. Okay, so this is for the monitoring. If you want to do the monitoring, you will select this option. And we have not created any virtual machine yet. So if you see here virtual machine option, it is showing 0. Then we have storage option. We have only one data store. So you will get the information about that data store. And this networking option, it is about the virtual networking. So as we have discussed, by default, it will create one virtual switch. So this is the default virtual switch, V switch 0. And it is having two different adapters, VM network and management network. So again, guys, we will discuss about this virtual networking in great detail. We are going to discuss the storage part also in great detail. So if you want to get the storage information, you will select this option, networking option. Will provide you the networking information here. So this is the overview of this ESXi interface. Any doubt, guys? So yesterday we have already installed ESXi host. So after installing the ESXi host, we need to do the configuration. We need to configure the IP address, subnet mask, default gateway. If you want to change the hostname, you can change the hostname as well. So we will do the initial configuration using DCUI. So we can access, sorry, DCUI. We can access the ESXi host using multiple interfaces. So initial configuration will be done via DCUI, where you will configure the IP address, subnet mask, gateway, and if you want to change the password, you can change it. So the main configurations will be like this. You will configure the IP address, you will configure the subnet mask, gateway, etc. And you will do the other configurations as well. After that, you can't do the advanced things using this DCI. Like if you want to create the virtual machine, you need to access this ESXi host remotely using web center. So web client, okay, not web center, web client. And if you have multiple ESXi hosts, so using web client, you need to access, you need to create the multiple sessions. So to access the ESXi host using one session, we need vCenter server. So we have installed only one ESXi host. So we will be dealing with these two interfaces now. Okay, so let us configure the IP addresses. Let us do the initial configuration to the ESXi host. Okay, if you see here, just 1 second. Yeah, if you see here, this is the DCUI. The screen is blank. You need to double click. It will be activated. And by default, the IP address is configured by DHCP. The IP address is 192.168.140.188. This IP address is assigned by DSCP. So what is DSCP? It is a server which allows the IP addresses automatically. So what is the disadvantage of this DSCP? So let us say if I restart this computer, so it may get another IP address. So generally what we do on servers, we don't configure the IP addresses using DSCP. We will configure the static IP addresses to the server. It is not recommended to configure the IP addresses on servers using DSCP. You should always configure the static IP address. Why static IP address? Even if you restart the server, the IP address will be same. The IP address will not be changed of this server. Okay. So what we will do, we will configure the IP address from this network. Okay. So this network, it has got 192.168.140.0. Okay. This IP address is from 140.0 network. So we will use this network only. From this network, we will configure the IP address. If you select another network, I am talking about the labs. If you select another network, there will be a problem. So better to go with the same network. If you want, you can configure the same static IP address. Okay, but you should use the same network. So in your lab, you may get some other network. So use that network only. And if you talk about in real networks, you will get the IP addresses from the network team. You will take the IP address from the network team and you will assign it here. So how to assign the IP address? We need to type F2. So first we will activate the screen. After that, we need to we need to enter F2 here. Then we need to provide the root username and password. So while installing the ESXi host, root account is created. We had given the password Nova123 hash double. Then you will click OK. Again, you need to type F2. Okay. Now, if you see here, we have these many options. The first option is configure password. If you want to change the password, you can select the first option. So we don't want to change the password here. And we will see what is this configure lockdown mode. Okay, in our coming slides. And then if you see here, this option, configure management option. Just 1 second, guys. As you know, the pointer getting locked. We need to release it. Okay. Now, here, configure management network. So in this option, you will configure the IP address. Okay, you will configure the IP address, subnet mask, gateway, and you will get the information here. What is the host name? Local host. So this is the default host name of ESXi host. So you should change it. So we'll change it to ESXi1 and we'll configure the static IP address. So we will press enter here, configure network, so configure management network option, and it will show you the list of network adapter. On our virtual server, we have only one network adapter. If it is a physical server, you will get multiple network adapters. And if you want to configure the VLAN, so you will select the second option. So we are not going to configure any VLAN yet. We'll discuss what is this VLAN concepts in our advanced classes. And we want to configure the IP address. Okay, you can see this IP address is configured automatically. Automatically means it is configured by DSCP. And the IP address is like 192.168.140.188. Subnet mask is 255.255.255.0. And the default gateway is 192.168.140.2. So all this IP, this information is configured automatically. We need to, if you want to change the IP address, you will press enter here and you will get three options. The first option is disable IP version 4 configuration. So we don't want to disable. And the second option, it will configure the IP address. It will take the IP address from DHCP. The third option, you will configure the IP address manually. So if you see, this IP address is configured via DHCP. If you select this option, the same configuration will be configured statically. Let me show you. So you will go down and you will press space here to select the third option. Okay, remember this point. To select the options, you will press space. It has selected the space and you can see the IP address is configured statically. Now, if you want to change the IP address, you can change it. So what we will do, we will keep the same network. The first three portions will be same, 192.168.140. We will change the last portion. We will change 188 to 10. Okay, so the remember the IP address. The IP address is 192.168.140. Change. So guys, go with the same network. Okay, just change the last octet for our labs. In real networks, you will get the IP address from network team, and the subnet mask is 255.255.255.0, and the gateway is 168.140.0. Again, you will go with the 140.2 only. Don't change the default gateway in your labs. Then you will click OK, enter OK, and you will press escape. Okay, you can configure the IP version 6 as well. You can configure the DNS configuration as well. So what we will do, we will go with the default settings here. Okay, 192.168.140.2. Again, it has obtained the DNS from DHCP server. So we will select the second option to configure the DNS server statically, but we will change the host name. The host name is localhost. We will change the server name to ESXi1. Then we'll press OK. And if you want to customize the DNS suffix, you can do it. So we will go with the default setting, local domain. Then you will click escape here. When you click escape, it will ask you to reset or restart the network management network, you can say. So to apply the changes, restart management network. So if you press yes, it will restart the network settings. It will restart only network settings. It will not restart the server. So we'll click yes, and it has restarted the network settings. Okay, so again, if you want to restart the network settings, you will select this option, restart management network. It will restart again. So let us restart one more time. Okay, if you press F11, which means okay. And if you want to test your management network, let us say you want to ping the default gateway. The default gateway is 192.168.140.2. Okay, it will ping it. So we'll click OK here. It is pinging 140.2. Okay, so we don't have any DNS server in our network. So it is unable to resolve the name here. So if you leave it to default local domain, then it will resolve it. So as of now, we don't have any DNS server. That is why it is getting failed. So no problem. It will work if it is, even if it is failed here in our lab. So this option will restore all your network options. Then if you want to configure the keyboard option, by default it is US. So if you want to change, you will select this option. You will get multiple options here. So again, we will go with US keyboard option. Then if this is for the troubleshooting. If you want to see the logs, you will select this option. View support information. Okay, so let us say you want to contact support. So you will provide this, you will contact the support from this website, and if they ask you the details, so you will provide these details like serial number, etc. And the last option, we will escape from here. Right now we don't need any support. Okay, so let me type F2 one more time. The last option, if you want to reset all the settings which we just did now, if you select the last option, it will reset all the settings. Let us come out of this DCUI now. If you see here, the IP address is configured statically. Previously it was showing automatically. Now we made it static. If you restart the server, you will get the same IP address. Okay. Now we have done the initial configuration. Now we want to access this server remotely. So how will you access the server remotely? Okay, in our lab, again, whatever it, if it is a lab or real networks, you will go to your computer. Then you will type the IP address of the server of the ESXi host 192.168.140.10. This is the IP address. And you will get this page. You will get the error message. Okay, it is related to the security. Okay, so it is saying that it is not a secured page because we have not installed the HTTPS here. So we know it is the ESXi host. So we know it is a secured option. So we will select this advanced. Then we will proceed to 192.168.140.10. You will get this page and you will enter the root username and password. Now, so we have installed the, let us go back to the slide. So we have installed ESXi host, we have configured the settings and we have accessed the ESXi remotely and we have seen the overview as well. Now we will create the virtual machine. Okay, so let us go and to the ESXi host and create the virtual machine. So you can create the virtual machine from here. You can create the
Sir,
virtual machine
I
from
have
here
one
as
question.
well.
Sir, what we are doing through the GUI mode, can we do the CLI mode through the PuTTY software?
Yeah, we can do it, but you should know the commands, right?
So for command from where we will run from.
No, we are going to see only the GUI. When the
Okay.
GUI option is there, why to use the command line? Okay, if you want to learn the command line, you can Google the things. You will get the commands there from the VMware website.
Okay, sir.
Got the point?
Yes, sir.
All right. So let us create the virtual machine. You can create the virtual machine. You will go to host and you can create the virtual machine from here. You can create the virtual machine from here as well. So let us select any one option here. And once you select the create virtual machine option, you will get three options here. Create a new virtual machine. Okay, which means this option will create the virtual machine from scratch. The last option, register an existing virtual machine. Let us say you already have an virtual machine. So you want to register that virtual machine. So you will select the third option. And the second option is about ready-made virtual machines. So most of the organizations are providing the ready-made virtual machines. They are called as what do you say, OVF and OVF files. So what is this ready-made virtual machine? So what they do, they create the virtual machine. They install the operating system on the top of the virtual machine and they will install the application. Everything is ready there. All you need to do is you need to deploy that ready-made virtual machine. So where we are going to see that deployment of vCenter server. So vCenter server is available as a ready-made virtual machine. You will get the OVF or OVA file of vCenter server. So what we are going to do now, we will create a new virtual machine. So we'll select the first option. Then we'll click next. You need to provide the virtual machine name. So why you are creating this virtual machine? So we are creating this virtual machine, let us say, for installing the Windows operating system, and you can go specific as well. You are installing the Windows operating system for domain controller. So you can directly write Windows operating system domain controller. So right now what we will do, Windows Server 1. So you should give any meaningful name, and you will get these three options here: compatibility, guest OS family, guest OS version. Compatibility means you will get multiple versions here from 4.x to 6.7. So what will happen? Let us say you have selected the compatibility option 6.7. Okay, and you have one more ESXi host. ESXi, let us say it is working on version 5. Let us say it is ESXi 2, and this ESXi is working on version 5, and it is compatible with 5 only. And if you have selected 6.7, in future, if you want to move this virtual machine from this ESXi 1 to 2, you can't move it because the other ESXi host is supporting version 5, and this virtual machine is compatible with 6.7. So in your environment, if you have different versions, go with the lowest version. Let us say we have version 5. So what will you do in that case? You will select 5.0. Now, after creating this virtual machine, if you want to move this current virtual machine to ESXi2, you can easily move it because this machine is compatible with 5.0. So in our environment, we don't have any 5.0 version, so we will go with the latest version 6.7. Okay, we'll go with the latest one 6.7 U2. Then you need to select the guest OS family. So guys, what is the meaning of guest OS here? Guest OS means, let us say this is your physical machine. You have installed the ESXi host. On the top of this ESXi host, ESXi you have created one virtual machine. On the top of this virtual machine, you have installed the operating system. This operating system is your guest operating system, and ESXi is the host operating system. So which guest operating system you are going to install here? So we are going to install Windows Server 2022 operating system. We are going to install Windows Server here. So we will select Windows. Which version you are going to install? We are going to install Windows Server 2022. You will get the list of operating systems here. So select the operating system which you want to install. We are going to install Windows Server 2012, 64-bit. Guys, why we are providing the information here? Why it is asking for the operating system family and operating system version? So based on these inputs, this ESXi will make the environment ready for this operating system. Okay, if you provide this information and if you install 2022, it is not going to work because it has created the virtual machine based on these inputs. You can't install any other operating system. Then we will click next, and we need to select the data store where you want to install this operating system. So we have only one data store, and this is the capacity 92.5 GB. So we'll go with this data store. We'll click next. And guys, so physical server has the physical hardware. It is having physical resources. Virtual machine will have the virtual resources, like it is having the virtual CPU, virtual memory. So it has selected two CPUs, virtual memory 4 GB, hard disk it is 40 GB. And as I told you, based on our input, it will select the hardware. So we should go with the default settings. So based on the inputs we have given previously, it has selected these hardwares. SCSI controller 0, SATA, USB controller 1, network adapter, CD, DVD, video card, everything is installed. Guys, but here we will make one change for our lab. This change is for our lab only. Okay. So what is that change? You will go to the hard disk. Under this hard disk, you will get these options: thin provision, thick provision. So we will select the, by default, it has selected the thick provision. Thick provision means, if you see here, it has selected 40 GB. And if you select thick provision, so it will provide 40 GB right away. It will allocate 40 GB to this virtual machine right away, even though it is going to use 40 GB or not. Okay. If you select thin provision, so thin provision will promise this virtual machine that it will provide 40 GB, but it will not provide the 40 GB right away. It will provide the memory or the hard disk whenever it needed. Let us say right now it required 4 GB. It will commit 40 GB, but it will provide only 4 GB. After some times it required 2 GB, so it will provide 2 GB. So whenever it required the hard disk, this thin provision will provide the storage based on the requirement. So we will go with thin provision because we don't have much storage on our labs. So we will go with thin provision. But in real networks, you will have a lot of storage, so you can go with thick provision, and it will provide the storage right away. Then we'll click next, and it is ready to complete. You can review your settings, like what is the name of virtual machine data store, which operating system you are going to install. Okay, if you want to make the changes, you can go back and you can make the changes. Then we will click finish. So here you can see, you will get the task here. Whatever the task you have done, it will be shown here. So we have created the virtual machine successfully. And where is this virtual machine available? It is available in the virtual machines option. Previously it was showing 0 virtual machines. Now we have created Windows Server 1, but this virtual machine is empty. The operating system is not installed yet. We need to install the operating system. How to install the operating system? How to install the operating system? So guys, you need to have the operating system ISO image, or you should have a CD. Okay. So in our lab, we are going to install the operating system using ISO image. So I have already downloaded the Windows Server ISO image on my computer. Let me show you where it is installed. Again, on my desktop, there is one folder, software. Under this software, we'll go to ISO images. Under this ISO images, Windows Server 2012. Okay, we will go with 2012. We'll select this option. So you can download this ISO image from Microsoft website. I will provide the link as well if you need. And again, the same thing, you need to create the account on Microsoft website, then only you will be able to download the ISO images. Okay, all right, guys. So we have created this virtual machine. So guys, on real networks, let us say on the physical server, this is your physical server. Let us say it is HP server, and you have installed the operating system. Then you will install the applications. So to install the operating system, to install the application, you will have the monitor, physical monitor, correct? Then only you can install the operating system, you can install the application. So here, this is a virtual machine. So where is the monitor of this virtual machine? Okay, let us click this virtual machine, Windows Server 1, and the monitor, you will find the monitor here. This is not the monitor. Console is the monitor of this virtual machine. This monitor means you will monitor the virtual machine. So don't get confused. So if you want to see the output, you will select the console option. So we need to power it on. We need to power on this virtual machine, and you will get the console here. So we will use the terminology console. This console is the monitor. So you can get this console in multiple ways. So if you go to console, you can open the console in the browser console. This is the browser console. And as we have discussed, it doesn't have any operating system, so it looks like this. Then we will close it. Let us see the second option. Open console in new window. So it will open in new window. So you will get the console, you will get the monitor in the new window. You have multiple options. If one option is not working, you can go with the another option. Then open console in a new tab. It will open the console in the new tab. So these options are related to the browser. Let us see the last option. Launch remote console. To get the remote console, you need to install this software, VMRC, Virtual Machine Remote Console. So once you click that option, this page will be opened. From this page, you will download that software. Okay, you will download Virtual Machine Remote Console from this option. Again, it will get downloaded. Then you need to install the software. After installing the software, again you need to log into the vSphere VMware website. After installing that software, you will select Launch Remote Console. Then you will select this option, Open VMware Remote Console. You can see this software is opened here, VMware Remote Console. So VMware is providing the flexibility. If one option is not working, you can go with another option. So connect anyway, and you will get the console of your virtual machine. So now guys, we need to install the operating system. So we need to have the image. So in this case, what will you do? You will go to edit option. Under the edit option, you will go to CD DVD. So from where you install the operating system using CD DVD, right? So here also you need to go to CD DVD option. So it is having two options here, host device and data store ISO file. Host device means if you select this host device option, so you need to insert the DVD in the physical machine. It will it will boot from the physical machine. And the second option, ISO image. So for this ISO image, you need to upload the ISO image in the data store one. So how will you upload it? So let us go with the upload option. How will you upload? You will select this upload option, and you should have the ISO image on your computer. So you can see on my desktop in the software folder ISO image, then we will go to Windows Server 2012, and it is having the ISO image here. So it will take some time to upload the ISO image. We'll wait for the upload, then we'll continue. Alright, so it is uploaded to this data store. So we'll select the ISO image, then we'll select this option select, then we'll click save. Now we have provided the path of ISO image. What we will do, we will power off this or we will restart. This virtual machine. Let us access the console. This is the console. So it is restarting the server. Now you can see it is loading the file. It is installing the Windows Server operating system now. So you'll select the language. Then we'll select this install now option. Setup is starting. So how many of you know how to install the operating system, Windows Server operating system?
Sir, I know.
Others, you know how to install the server operating system?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. So anyhow, we will see how to install it. So here you will get four options. Like we all know, it is having a standard data center version. So we'll go with the data center version. The last option you should select. Then we'll click next. We'll accept the license terms. Then we'll click next. And we are installing the operating system from scratch. So we'll select the second option, not the first option. Then you will click new here. Apply. It will create some partitions. The first partition is used to store the supporting file of this operating system. Then in the second partition, you will install the operating system. So the second partition will be your C drive. Then we'll click next and it will copy the Windows file. Then it will get the files ready for installation. Then it will install the features. It will install the updates. Then it will finish up the installation. It will take some time. Let us wait for the installation. All right. So, any doubt?
No. No, sir.
Others? Someone was having the doubt in accessing the ESXi host remotely.
Yeah, that was me.
Okay. Are you able to access it now?
No, not yet. I still can't.
Okay, no issues. So download the 6.7 U3 and install it again. Okay. You and Rajiv. Rajiv, you also download the 6.7 and install it. And if you have any doubt with password, just let me know.
Okay, so we don't need the 7.0
That
whatever.
issue I have resolved it, sir. That is why I have done it. I've installed it 7. vSphere.
Okay, it is done, right?
Yes, sir, it is done.
Okay, all right, no problem. So go with 6.7 U3, okay?
Okay, sir.
Okay.
And what should we do? You will wait for the installation to be done.
Sir, if you will provide the slide, then it will be better.
Slides are already there, okay, in the link.
We can do the window installation, sir. We can.
Okay, no issues, means almost done. So
Okay,
what
sir.
will
Okay, sir.
happen here?
We will wait.
It will reach here. It will getting the files ready, then it will install the features, then it will install the update. It will finish up the things. All right. So
Okay.
it is available in the videos as well, which I have provided you. After installing the operating system, tomorrow what we are going to do, we need to install the drivers on this Windows Server operating system. Okay, these drivers are called as VMware tools. Okay, we need to install the VMware tools after installing this operating system. So again, it will do the same thing. Okay, we are not going to do anything here. It will finish up the things and it will make the operating system ready. So tomorrow we will see how to log in to this operating system. Clear, guys?
Okay, sir.
All right. So see you tomorrow. Take care. Please do the labs. If you have any doubt, you can ask me. Thank you. Welcome. If you want, you can stay. If you want, you can leave. So anyhow, I am going to install this operating system. So the operating system is installed and it will restart the server after installing it. It is getting the operating system ready. Then, like ESXi, it will also create the account. It will create the administrator account. ESXi has created the root account. It will create the administrator account. So both the accounts will have the full privileges. So if you observe here, the administrator account is created. We need to assign the password. So we'll go with the same password, NOA123 hash dollar, NOA123 hash dollar. But in real network, the password should be different. Then we'll click finish here, and it is finalizing the settings. And we need to press the Control Alt Del option. So you will generate this Control Alt Del from here. Then you will provide the password NOA123 hash dollar. So guys, the installation is done. We are able to log on to this Windows Server operating system successfully. Tomorrow we will install the drivers and we'll see the other labs tomorrow. Okay guys, take care. See you tomorrow.
Okay, sir. Bye.
Welcome. Welcome.
Thank you, sir.
Welcome. Okay, the operating system is installed. We need to install the VMware tools. So we will access that ESXi host. Okay, so this is the server. This is our virtual machine. And we will power on this virtual machine. This is the console of that virtual machine, and we have seen how to access the console. There are multiple ways to access the console. So we'll access the remote console. So it is booting up the Windows Server 2012. We'll wait for a few seconds. So it is ready now. We need to press Control Alt Del. So how will you press the Control Alt Del on a virtual machine? You will select this option. Send Control Alt Del. Then you will enter the password here. Nova123 hash dollar. So till here we have seen. Now we need to we need to install the tools. So if you see here, the screen is not full. You will see the stripes here, and it is not smooth as well. So we need, once we install the drivers, once we install the tools, you will get the full screen and the screen will be smooth. So to install the VMware tools, we need to, if you observe here on the desktop, it doesn't have the icons. It is having only the recycle bin icon. We need to set up the icons first on this Windows Server 2012 operating system. So how will you set up the icons? You will go to control panel. Under this control panel, you will type icons. Then you will select this option, show which one? Customize, remove,
So display.
display. Under the display, show or hide common icons. Then here you will select the icons. After that, you will get all the icons here. Then you will go here under this VMRC. You will select manage. Under manage, you will select install VMware tools. You will get VMware tools here. Then you will select, double click on this PC. Then you will click DVD drive, double click here. And if you see here, it is preparing to install the VMware tools. It is installing the VMware tools. VMware tools are nothing but the drivers.
Sir, in real scenario also we have to download the VMware tools. Would that be
Exactly. If you are installing the virtual machine on ESXi host, so you
Yes.
need to install the VMware tools.
For different vendor, there is the different VM
Yeah,
driver.
yeah, there might be the different drivers. For VMware, for ESXi, you need to install the VMware tools. Okay, then you will click next, next, then you will click install. It is copying the files now. Now you can see it is installing VMCI driver, so it will install multiple drivers.
So I'm trying to install the virtual machines, but I can't get onto the VMware remote console. I can't find that bit.
Remote console, you need to download it first. Did you download the VMRC? Let me show you.
Because it says the website is not available. That's what it's saying.
Okay, you will select this option.
Yeah,
Download VMRC. Temporary maintenance. So it is not available, right?
yeah.
So in this case, what will you do? This option is not available. Will you leave like this?
No, do I need to go into VMware website?
So you have other options, right? Open console browser. From here you can access. Okay, it is having multiple options. Why they have given the multiple options? If one option is not working, you can use the other option. You can use open console window. From here you can access the Windows server. You are getting the point or not?
Yeah, but then when I get onto the console remote, it won't show.
Which
If
one?
I open the first one, open browser console.
Browser console. This option you will get.
Yeah, so it says press Control Alt Delete. I can't get onto there. Even if I press that, it won't work.
From where you are pressing the Control Alt Del,
Onto this bit here where I am now.
you are pressing the Control Alt Del from your keyboard.
I am.
Okay, you should not control. You should not enter the Control Alt Del from your keyboard. Okay, you should enter the Control Alt Del from here. Okay, from you will go to Actions
Yeah.
and you will select this option.
Okay.
If you press Control Alt Del, it will apply that Control Alt Del on your computer.
Yeah, that's
Okay,
what I thought. Understand now.
it is clear now.
Yes.
All right. So let us access the console. So the installation is done. We'll click finish. And after installing the drivers, we need to restart the server. Okay, so after the restart, you can see you are getting the full screen. Clear, guys? Now on this Windows server, you can install the applications whatever you want. You need to configure the IP address here and you will install the applications. So this is how you will create the virtual machine. You will install the operating system. All right. Let us see the virtual machine files or VM files. So what is virtual machine? A virtual machine is a software computer that runs an operating system and applications like physical computers. On physical computer, what we do? We run the operating system and we run the application. The same things we can do on virtual machine as well. So virtual machine, it is not a physical computer, it is a software computer. But virtual machine has virtual devices that are stored in a data store in the form of files. So guys, just give me 2 minutes, and then we'll continue. Alright guys, so we are discussing virtual machine files. So virtual machine, as we have discussed multiple times, it is a set of files, which means collection of files. Okay, multiple files makes one virtual machine. So where are these files saved? These files are saved in the storage. This storage is called as data store. So if you go to data store, you will see multiple files. Let me show you. So guys, we have already created the virtual machine. We have installed the operating system, and let us verify the virtual machine files. So we'll go to the browser and we need to see the virtual machine files now. So to see the virtual machine files, we need to go to storage. Okay, we have only one data store, that is data store 1. We'll select the data store. Then we will select this option, browse data store. Under this data store, you will see one file. Okay, we have created one virtual machine, Windows Server 1. You can see the folder here. Under this folder, you will see multiple files of this virtual machine. So we have these many files like VMware 1.log.swap. Okay, you will get the virtual machine name dot file name. Then Windows Server 1 dot nvram, Windows Server 1 dot vmdk, etc. So you will see these many files. So let us discuss the uses of these files one by one. Okay, if you see, this data store will have these many files. So, but the virtual machine has virtual devices that are stored in data store in the form of files. We have verified the files as well. And the virtual machine key files are configuration file, virtual disk file, NVRAM setting file, and log file. These are the key files. And you need to note one thing here. You need not to change, move, or delete this virtual machine file without the instructions from the VMware technical support representative. So you are not going to touch these files. You are not going to delete, modify, or move these files. If you do, there will be a problem in your network. Let us see the different files. So we have .vmx file. Okay, you can see this is the .vmx file. What is the use of this .vmx file? It is a configuration file of virtual machine, which means it has configuration information of virtual machine hardware. Configuration information in the sense, this file will have how many CPUs are there in the virtual machine, how many NICs are there, how much RAM is available in the virtual machine. So it will have the virtual machine setting information in .vmx file. Then we have .vmdk file. Okay, this is the one, Windows Server 1 .vmdk. What is this file? It is a descriptive file of hard disk, which means it has information about hard disk. So guys, it has the description about your hard disk. So it is having the description of your hard disk. So where is the hard disk? This is the hard disk file. Okay, dash flat.vmdk. So this file has the hard disk. Okay, like physical hard disk, we have virtual hard disk. This is the virtual hard disk, you can say, where we save the data. Then we have .nvram file. So .nvram file, this is the .nvram file. What is this file about? It is a BIOS of virtual machine. So we have BIOS on physical machines. So virtual machines also are having the BIOS. So .nvram file is the BIOS of your virtual machine. Then we have .vswp file, okay, virtual SAP file. So where is this? This is here, okay, virtual machine name, then .vswp file. What is the use of this file? It is used to swap virtual machine memory to the disk in case of excessive provisioning. So let us say, guys, you have 4 GB RAM and it is having some files, and this 4 GB RAM is full. So this RAM can't have the other data. So what this .vsw file will do, it will move the inactive data from RAM to .vsw file, and it will save the new data. So it is used to swap virtual machine memory to the disk in case of excess, excessive over provisioning. And this file is created when VM is powered on. So when you power off the virtual machine, this file is deleted. When you power on the virtual machine, this .vsw file is created. Then we have VMX swap file. It is not related to the previous file. It is a separate file. You will find this file here, VMX server name .vswp. The previous file was only vswp. Now it is VMX virtual machine name .vsw. So what is the use of this VMX file? Virtual machine executable, the full form, file allows the host to greatly reduce the overhead memories reserved for VMX process. So guys, when we power on the virtual machine, this virtual machine required some space to power on. If that space is not available, you can't power on the virtual machine. So that space is provided by this VMX swap file. So the host create VMX swap files automatically, provided there is sufficient free disk space at the time of virtual machine is powered on. So at the time of the whenever you are powering on the virtual machine, it required space, and that space is provided this by this file. And VMX swap file is not related to the swap host file, which we have just covered now. This file is a different file and it is a different file. They are not related. Then we have .log file. What is the use of this .log file? It saves the log file of virtual machines used for troubleshooting. So you have some issues in your machines and you want to verify the log messages. So those log messages are saved in .log file in this file. And we have already covered this. So I think it is repeated here. Let me delete .vmx. So guys, what is the use of .vmx file? We have just discussed. Anyone? You guys are available? Can you hear me? Hello. Hello.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
What is .vmx file? It provides the space to virtual machine when we power it on, right? Any doubt, guys? Is it clear? These files or any confusion you can ask me. Seems you are having some issues. You have some doubts. Clear? If it is clear, say clear. If it is not clear, ask me the doubt.
It's okay.
It's okay, sir.
Others, Preet, Rajiv, is it clear or not? Hello.
Yeah, clear.
Yes, okay, clear, sir.
It is clear, right?
Yes, sir.
So guys, I need the answers. Okay, if it is clear, so you should give me the answers. Then only I can understand that you are getting the concepts or not. So what is the use of .vmx file? What is the use of this .vmx file?
It swaps files automatically, provides the sufficient free space as well.
Okay, it is used to provide the space to virtual machine, right?
Yeah.
When we power it on. Very good. So this is the .vmx swap file. And what is the use of these log files? What is the use of log file?
It saves the log file for troubleshooting, I think.
Very good. It stores the log messages of your virtual machine. So when we use these log files for troubleshooting. Now guys, let us move forward. So it is having one more file named .vmsd, virtual machine snapshot metadata. Okay, this is the file and it has the information about snapshot. This file is having the information about a snapshot of your machine. So guys, what is a snapshot? Any idea? Any idea what is a snapshot?
Sir, a snapshot, suppose that we've created one machine today and tomorrow, then we can go back to
Very good. Okay, so let us say guys,
machine also.
pardon?
We can go back to previous machine.
We can go back to previous working
Station.
virtual. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay guys, let us try to understand what is this snapshot. So again, we have created the virtual server, or this is our server. Okay, it can be physical server or virtual server. On the top of this server, what we have done, we have installed the ESXi host. On the top of this ESXi, we have created one virtual machine. Then what we have done, after creating the virtual machine, we have installed operating system. Then we have installed one application. Let us say after installing this application, your operating system gets corrupted. So it gets corrupted. Again, you need to install the operating system. Then you need to install the application. So it will take a lot of time. So what you will do after installing the operating system? After installing the operating system, you will take the snapshot. Okay, in this snapshot, it will have the current state. Current state of this virtual machine is operating system is installed. Then what you will do, you will install the application. After installing the application, this operating system get crashed. So here you don't need to install the operating system again. You will go to this snapshot. Let us say it is snapshot 1. So you will go back to snapshot 1. It will go to the last working virtual machine state. So last working virtual machine state is your operating system was working fine. So it will take you to that operating system. Then you will work on this application and you will install the application again. In this case, your machine is working fine. You will take the second snapshot. Okay, in the second snapshot, it will have the operating system plus this application. Let us say you have installed application 2 and your operating system get crashed. So again, guys, you don't need to install the operating system. You don't need to install the first application. All you need to do, you need to go to the second snapshot. So you will get operating system and application 1, and you will work on this application 2. Then you will install the application. So it is used to take the it is used to store the current state of your virtual machine. A snapshot preserves the state and data of virtual machine at a specific point in time. So whenever you take the snapshot, it will be stored in this file, VMSG file. Let us say, guys, you have created the virtual machine and you have not created any snapshot. You have not taken any snapshot. So what will happen? Even though if you have not taken the snapshot of any virtual machine, this file will be there. Whether you take the snapshot or not, this file will be created. Let us say you have created the snapshot, you have taken the snapshot. After taking the snapshot, it will create the 3 below files. Dot VMSG, okay, we have already seen. Then dot VMSN dot dash delta dot VMDK. So we have already discussed, it will have the information about snapshot. VMSG will have the information about snapshot. Then VMSN contains the snapshot state. So as we have discussed, when we take the snapshot, it will take the current working state. So that state will be saved in this file, VMSN. And what this delta.vmdk file contains, it contains a snapshot disk. So a snapshot is having the disk, and that disk will be saved in this file. Okay, these files are created when we take the snapshot. If you have not taken any snapshot, you will not see these files. You will see only one file. Then we have one file called vmtx. So guys, when we create a template, we will see what is this template in our advanced classes. So when we create a virtual machine template, this file is created. The template will be saved in this file. And we have one more file called rdm.vmdk. When we connect the virtual machine with SAN, so guys, what we have seen, we have connected our ESXi host to the local storage. So we can save the virtual machines on the local storage, or we have a concept called SAN. SAN is the remote storage. You will save the virtual machine files in the remote storage, that is SAN. So when you connect the virtual machine with SAN, you will get this file, rdm.vmdk. If you do not connect the virtual machine with SAN, you will not see this file. Then we have one more file called lck field id. This file is created when you connect. So guys, we have two types of remote storage. One is SAN. We will see what is SAN. Another is NAS. Okay, we will see what is NAS as well. So when we connect our virtual machines with NAS, you will see this file. So remember the uses of these different files. So and you are all right. So our new topic is access control. What this access control will do, it allows you to specify which user can perform which task. Like Bruce, okay, it is an user, and we can assign Bruce read-only permission, which means Bruce can read the virtual machine. Okay, for example, Bruce can read the virtual machines, but Bruce can't create or delete the virtual machine. So we can assign this permission to Bruce using access control, and Bill can have the administrator permission. So guys, let us say you are the senior administrator and you have the root username and password. You have one more user named Bill, and he is also a senior administrator or he is junior than you, but you want to provide him the full access. So you are not going to give this root username and password to him. So instead of that, what you will do, you will create one user, Bill, and you will assign him the administrator permission. So Bill can have the complete permission. He can create the virtual machine. He can delete the virtual machine. So we can provide these permissions using access control. So guys, what is the use of access control? Anyone?
To control who can do whatever.
Okay, so it is used to provide the permission to users, correct?
Yeah.
So what is the use of access control, others? Guys, what should I understand if you are not giving me the replies?
Sir, Excel.
At least repeat what I am saying. What is the use?
Access control is it used to give the permission for the users.
Very good. It is
It is
used to.
created by the admin.
Very good.
Root user.
Very good. So this is the use. What is happening here? So guys, access control is having 4 roles. It is having 4 roles. Okay. First 2 roles we have already discussed, like read only. It will get the read only permission and administrator permission. And it is also having 2 more roles or permissions. Just 1 second, guys. Let me fix this issue. My pen is not working fine. Just give me 1 minute. Okay, so this access control is having 4 roles or 4 permission roles. So first role, you can say it is read only. So as we have discussed, if you assign, let us say there is one user ABC, and if you assign AB read only permission, so he can only read the things. He can't create the things. He can't modify the things. And let us say you have provided the bill administrator role, so he will have the full control. Let us say there is one user, John, and he is on vacation. So in that case, what you will do, you don't want John to access anything during his vacation. So you will give no access permission to him. So he won't be able to access anything in your environment. Okay. And let us say no cryptography administrator role. So this no cryptography administrator role is similar to administrator. But this administrator can't do any encryption. Whereas this administrator, he can do encryption and decryption. Whereas this no cryptography administrator, he will have the full privileges, except he can't encrypt or decrypt the data or virtual machine. Clear, guys? Any doubt till here about these roles?
No.
So good.
No, sir.
All right. Now let us do the lab. Our first task is to create a user, Bruce. Then we will assign read-only permission to this Bruce. So already permissions are there. We need to create the username. We need to create the user account. So our first step will be to create the user. How will you create the user? You will log on to the ESXi host. Then you will go to manage. Okay, below the host, you will go to manage. Under manage, you will go to security and user. Under security and user, you will select user. And we need to create the user. So you will select this option, add user. So after selecting this add user option, okay, you can see by default, root username is there and he is the administrator. We are adding the new user. Okay, after creating the user, we need to add the user. Okay, and then you will get this window. Here you need to you need to provide the username, password, description, password, and you need to confirm the password. After that, if you see here, previously we had only root user, now we have added the Bruce also. Okay, so Bruce user is created. This user is created, but it doesn't have any access to the host yet. It should have the permission to. So we have just created the user, guys. We have not assigned the role to this user yet. So we need to assign the role. It should be administrator or it should get the read only permission. So how will you assign the role? So what is the step 2 here? We need to assign the role, assigning the permission. So to assign the permission, we need to go back to host. You need to right click, then you will select this permissions option on this host. Host, right click, then permissions. First, let us create the user account, then we'll assign the permission. Let us create the username, then we'll assign the role. So guys, if you see this problem, okay, we have entered the credentials, still it is taking time. So what you will do, you will open the tab and you will type the IP address. It is 148.10 or 140.10. Let us see. Okay, 140.10. Okay, we'll close the first tab and you can see it is already logged on, but it was not showing there. Now, so first we need to create the username. We need to create the user account. So where will you create the user account? Which option you will select? Manage, correct?
Sorry, manage.
Manage. Under manage, you will go to security and users. Under security and users, you will go to users. Under users, you can see root account is already there and it is the administrator. Okay, then we need to select this add user account and the username, let us say it is Bruce. Bruce, and a description, read only user. Password, you can assign any password. We'll go with Nova123 hash dollar. Nova123 hash dollar. But in real network, you should assign the different password. So guys, if you see here, the user Bruce is added. Okay, but it doesn't have any role. We need to assign the role as well. To assign the role, we need to go back to host. Under the host, we'll right click. Then we'll click permissions. Then guys, under the permission, we have some other users as well, like DCUI, VPX user. These user accounts we are not going to use. These user accounts are used by the VMware support team. So let us say you have some issues in your network. when you take the support from VMware, they will use these usernames, okay, to fix the issue. And it is having the root username as well. Now we need to assign the role. We will select this option. And if you see, it is having no cryptography administrator option, no access, read only, and administrator access. So what we have decided? We have decided to assign read only access, correct? Okay, when you select read only access, it will assign only the system permission, which means he can access, he can log on to the system, but he can't do anything. If you select administrator, it will get all the options. You can see all the options are checked. So, but our requirement is to assign only the read only permission. Then you will select assign role. Okay, so the requested user, what is the problem? Add as a group, assign role. Okay, so we need to select add as a group and we need to assign the role. Now you can see, okay, where is the root? Why it is root? Assign the, no, we need to add the user, okay. User is Bruce, read only, then add the user. So if you see, Bruce is added with read only permission. So guys, you need to select this option, not the assign role option. So add user, Bruce, then whatever the role you want, let us say you want to assign the administrator role, he will get all the features. No access means he will get the system role only, no access. Hit close. Now let us do another lab. So DCUI VPX user, they are created by default and it is used by VMware support team. Then what we will do, we will create a user called Bill and will assign him the administrator role. So if you want to create the user, we need to select which option, where we need to go first.
Manage, sir.
Pardon?
Manage.
Manage. Then
Yeah, after that, security and the user.
then
And then
It's already selected. Then
The-
after that, we will create user.
okay, how to
Add
create the user? Add user.
Add user.
Bill. Administrator, let us say Nova123 hash dollar, Nova123 hash dollar. Then you will add the user. Bill is added. Does it have any role?
No.
We
No.
need to assign the role. So to assign the role, what we need to do?
Go to host.
We need to go to host. Then
Permission, right click, permission.
right click, permission. Then
Add user.
Add user.
add user. Then you will select this option, you will get Bill. Okay, because we have created Bill. If you have created multiple users, you will get the list of users here. Bill, then administrator. If you select administrator, you will get all the permissions. If you select no access, so you may need to refresh. Okay. Anyhow, so we need to provide the administrator role and it will get all the permissions here. Then click add user. And if you see, the Bill is added. And what is the role? Administrator. Bruce, read only. Then we'll close it. How to verify? So we will log out from root. Then we'll log in with Bruce. Nova123. login. Again, if you face this issue, okay, it is cannot log in due to incorrect username and password. Anyhow, let us verify with bill. It is Noah123 or Noah123 hash dollar.
Hash dollar, I think.
Okay, it is capital Bruce and Bill, right? I think this is the problem. Okay, so Bruce with capital letter, and you can see it doesn't have any option here. All the options are disabled because we have logged in with Bruce. So guys, why all the options are disabled here?
Due to read only
Read only permission we have provided to the Bruce. Clear?
Clear.
Now what we will do? We will log out. Then we log in with Bill with capital B. And it is also what happened here. Would you like to create the virtual machine? Bill having the administrator role.
Yeah.
Now you can see we are able to create the virtual machines. Okay, clear guys?
Yeah, clear.
All the
Yes.
options are enabled here. So we need to select the group option. So this is how you will assign the roles. So guys, here either we are assigning the administrator role. Okay, either we are assigning the administrator role or we are assigning the read only role. Let us say our require we have some junior administrators available in our network, and let us say this junior administrator is ABC and XYZ, and our requirement is to assign the VLAN permission, sorry, virtual machine permission to this ABC, which means this ABC can create only virtual machine. He can administrate only virtual machines. XYZ can administrate only data store. So we don't have any role here for virtual machine and data store. So guys, we need to create the new roles manually for virtual machine and data store. Okay, after creating the new rows, we need to create the user, then we need to assign these rows to those users. So we will see how to create the new rows. There is no VM and data store role, so we need to create this role. We need to add the role here from here. Okay, so let us create the role first, then we'll create the users, then we will assign the roles to users. So let us create the roles. The first role will be the VM role. So we need to provide the name here, any meaningful name. So let us say VM role. And here you will get the different privileges. So you will see this virtual machine role here. So if you click on it, it will select all the roles here. If you want, you can even select the, like, let me show you, add roles, VM role, and let us say you will click this VM. So if you want to assign only the inventory privileges to this user, so you can assign it. If you want to assign all the privileges to this user, you can assign it. Okay, so VM role is created. Now what we will do, we will create the user. So we'll add the user, let us say VM user, VM user, and the description, virtual machine user, and the password is NOA123 hash dollar, NOA123 hash dollar. Okay, then let us assign the VM role. Let us assign this role, VM role, to this VM user. So how will you assign the role? You need to go to host, right click, then you will go to permissions. Under permissions, you will click add. You will select the VM user and you will see the role here. Okay, previously this VM role was not there. We have created this role now. And you can add as group as well. And if you see here, it is having the virtual machine access. Then you will add user. Then you will close it. So guys, right now we have logged in with root. So root is having full access. You can go to storage and you can select this option and let go to storage and browse the storage here, data store here. So you can open this page here and you can create the virtual machine as well. You have created this virtual machine by logging the root username and password. But when you log in with VM user, you won't be able to open this option. Okay, you are restricted to manage the virtual machines only. So what we will do now, let us open the browser and we'll type the IP address of our ESXi host and we'll log in with VM user Nova123. So we are able to log in with this user. We have created just now VM user, and you can see we can open this virtual machine. We can open the console. We have the access to this virtual machine because it is a virtual machine user. So we are able to power on this virtual machine. But if you try to access the storage, Okay, if you see here, an error occurred. Please try again later. So why we are getting this error?
Because it's not having the database access.
It doesn't have the data store access. So we can't do anything except managing the virtual machine. You don't have even the networking privileges as well. Okay. So if you try to create, you will get the error. So only you will be able to manage the virtual machines with this user. Let us say we have one more user and you want to assign the data store access to that user. So what will you do? You will create one more group, you will create one more user, then you will assign the roles to that user. So let me show you. Let us go back to our root account, and in this root account, what we will do, we will go to manage. Under manage, first we'll create the role for data store. So do you see any data store role here? There is no data store role. If you go to host, right click, then you will go to permission, and you will not see any data store role here. So you need to create the data store role first. And how will you create the data store role? You will go to manage, then you will go to security. Under security, you will go to roles, add roles, and data store role. Then we will assign the privileges. We will assign the data store privileges. So it is having multiple privileges. We will see the VMware and data store privileges only. It is having network privileges. It is having the switch privileges. So many privileges are there. So we'll click add, and if you see here, data store role is created. Now what we will do, we will create the user. Okay, you can assign the role to the existing user, or you can create the new user like DS user, description, data store user, and the password Nova123 hash dollar, Nova123 hash dollar. Now we need to assign the role to this data store user or DS user. So how will you assign the role? You will go to host, right click, permissions, add user, and now you will see the data store user. Then you need to add the user here. This user we have created, DS user. Okay, and it is having the data store permission, add user, close. So again, guys, if you see here, this is the root account, and we can create the virtual machine. We can manage the virtual machine. We can restart the virtual machine. We can shut down the virtual machine. But when we log on with DS user, you won't be able to manage the virtual machine. You can manage only the data store. Okay, so let us log on with this DS user to ESXi1. Okay, so still VM user is there. Let us log out, and DS user will log in with DS user 123 hash dollar, and we will go to storage first. Under storage, we will go to data store, and we are able to browse it. Previously we were getting the error. Now it is having the privileges to access the data store. Let us go to virtual machines. Okay, if you try to access the virtual machine, you are getting this sign in box. So where you need to enter the username and password, which means this DS user doesn't have the privileges to access the virtual machine. Let us install the second ESXi host. So again, you will take the physical server in your real network. On the top of this physical server, you will install the ESXi host. So instead of physical server, we are using the virtual servers. So we'll create this virtual server on our VMware workstation. And what is the specification of the second server? We need to have 12 GB RAM, 2 to 4 CPUs, and 300 GB hard disk. This will be the specification of the second server because we are going to install the vCenter server on second ESXi host. Okay, just give me 2 minutes, then we'll continue. All right, so first we'll create the virtual server with these specifications. Then we'll install the ESXi host. After that, we'll see what is vCenter server and we'll install the vCenter server.
Sir,
Mhm.
suppose that I'm not having the so that much 300 GB hard disk and 12 GB RAM, then how I will do the
Okay,
like,
so you can do the practice on what do you say, the VMware site. Okay, VMware site is providing the virtual labs. There you
Mhm.
can practice it. But it is recommended to upgrade the hardware. If you can't upgrade the hardware, you can practice your labs on VMware site. I will provide the link. Okay, you can.
Sir, only hard disk I don't have, or RAM I can. I have the 32 GB RAM and the two CPUs I can provide, but 300 GB I don't have the hard disk.
No issues, no issues. You can do the practice on the VMware website. So, but it is recommended to upgrade it. Okay. So if you want to do the practice, you should upgrade it. Otherwise, you can't. You can access the website. You can do the practice on VMware website.
Okay.
All right, guys. So let us create the virtual server first. So we'll go to the VMware workstation. We'll select the first option, create a virtual machine. Next, I will install the operating system later. Then we are installing the VMware ESXi. So you select the third option and version is 6.x. Then you will click next. And where do you want to save? Okay, it is a virtual server. So again, it is consisting the files. So you need to provide the path. So again, we will save this virtual machine, virtual server on the same location where we have saved the first virtual server. So we have this ESXi1. Let us create one more folder here. ESXi2. Ignore this test. I have created this folder for testing. Okay. So let me delete it. and we'll provide the name ESXi2 or virtual server 1, virtual server 2, anything you can assign. So it should be appearing here. Then you should click OK, and we'll assign the name to this virtual machine ESXi2. Then we'll click next. And what is the minimum hard disk for our second ESXi host? 300 GB. Okay, so let us select 300 GB. Then we'll click next, and 2 CPUs are already selected. And the RAM, let us select the customize the hardware, and the RAM should be how much? The RAM should be
16.
12. Okay, so you can take 16 also. So in our case, we will take 12 GB RAM. Okay, so we have selected 12 GB RAM, 4 GB memory, processors. There are 2 processors. Let us select 4 processors. Okay, you can go with 2 processors as well. Then we'll close it. And our virtual server is ready. Now we need to install the ESXi on this virtual server. So how will you install the ESXi? You need to provide the ISO path. You will select this edit virtual machines option. Then you will go with CD DVD. Then you will select the second option, use ISO image file, browse. On my desktop, I have a software folder. Under this software folder, ISO images are there. So we are using 6.7 U3, and we'll install ESXi. Then we'll close it. We click OK. Then we'll power on the virtual machine. It will again install the ESXi host. So it is loading the ESXi installer. So it is initializing the process. You can see 4 CPUs are there. 12 GB memory means 12 GB RAM is there. So again, it is saying that you should check the compatibility guide by visiting this website. What is this compatibility guide? You need to check which server supports ESXi host. So we'll click enter, and we need to accept the license agreement by pressing F11. It is scanning the device. It is scanning the hard disk, you can say. So it is scanning the available hard disk. So we have 300 GB hard disk. Then we'll press enter to continue. We'll go with default setting of keyboard, and we need to provide the root password here. So again, we'll go with the same password, Nova123 hash dollar, Nova123 hash dollar. Then we'll press continue, and we need to press F11. So it will do the formatting here. Okay, so we will press F11. So it is installing the ESXi now. So we need to press enter to reboot. The installation is done. It will reboot the server, and we need to assign the IP address, subnet mask, and default gateway. Okay, it will take the IP address from DHCP, so it is not recommended to assign the IP address to any server from DHCP. We need to assign the IP address manually, and we'll change the host name as well. So this is the DCUI. You will do the initial configuration using DCUI. So guys, what should we do now to configure the IP address, subnet mask, default gateway? How to enter into this DCUI?
F2.
F2.
F2, very good. If you see here, we need to press F2 to enter the DCUI. And we need to provide the login name and password here. So this root is created by default, and we have assigned the password Nova123 hash dollar. Okay, invalid, and OA123 hash dollar. All right. Now we'll assign the IP address, subnet mask, and default gateway. So which option we need to select for network configuration? Configure network management. By default, it has accepted the IP address from DHCP, you can see. So we'll change it. We'll go to IP version 4, and we'll select the third option, and we'll configure 140.20. Okay, so second ESXi host IP address will be 140.20, 192.168.140.20, and subnet mask will be same, default gateway will be same. We have just changed the last octet here. Then we'll click OK, and let us change the host name to ESXi2. And we'll exit from here. Yes. Now we'll access this host remotely. We'll verify whether we are able to access it or not. One 192.168.140.20. We'll select advanced option. Then we'll select this option, proceed to 192.168.140.20. Then root NOA123 $. So guys, we are able to access 20 as well. It is working fine. So our ESXi2 is ready. Now we'll see the vCenter server. What is vCenter?